It's the finale. It's the finale. It's time. Let's do it. No more delay. I'm so ready. I'm so ready. Book Strongheart up. After 52 streams, a full deck of card of streams. One second, let me, sorry. I'm gonna save myself a bit of effort. Okay. Alright. Right. So, witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Eugene Mikotaba, lecturer in forensics medicine at the Imperial Yumai University in Tokyo, Japan. And Professor Mikotaba, the young lady beside you is... Ah, this is Dr. Maria Gorey, Scotland Yard's practicing coroner. The daughter of Dr. Scythe, I understand. Yes, Dr. Scythe. I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just appeared.
You summon this strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy. But you don't summon Mama. That makes no sense. She was there too.
That's about the size of it. I have had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly, while I was in the antechamber too. Oh man, the idea of it's making me shudder.
The revelations about Dr. Scythe that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final.
Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we? The Ministry of Justice? Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think.
I remember you, Dr. Mikotaba, but I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances.
Yes, it's been a long while, Lord Strongheart. The prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago. That's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinners. So you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint Van Zykes? I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure.
Mama is far more skilled than any Japanese man.
Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion. And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe. Yes, I noted all the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it.
Poor Mama. Oh, Mama. As secondary assistant, she wouldn't have had such a good view of all the innards.
So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Grayson? Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Van Zykes' autopsy would never have happened. But he was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. So Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord.
It was as a result of that autopsy that a mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done.
But Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on. Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here.
And that's why I'm here too.
Very well then. You will give your formal testimony now, witness. But before you begin, a word of warning.
Oh?
You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time.
I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord.
The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that.
From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword, transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange.
There were no other signs of internal injury. Nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach.
Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. No indication? Nothing to suggest fabrication? Professor Mikozaba, are you certain about that? Well, nothing that I could positively identify as such, much less swear so to in testimony. Ah!
Well, that clears things up nicely. The only fabrication here, Asogi, has come from you.
What?
You claim the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is the fabrication.
No, he freely acknowledged it. I swear he did.
Freely, with the tip of a sword at his throat, the man was clearly at his wit's end. The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Zykes' death. And with this testimony we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter.
If I may, my lord. There was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel.
I beg your pardon.
Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All 4 of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats.
Oh, such horrifying crimes.
But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint Van Zykes, suffered a different fate. Yes, you're right.
He was stabbed through the heart with a sword.
That's enough. I believe I warned you about this, witness. I promised to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered into the realms of supposition or speculation.
Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination.
What?
I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. And I fully intend to exercise that right. Ryunosuke, I'm afraid that even the presiding judge
has no authority to contravene the letter of the law, as I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree.
Very well. You may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution.
Yes, my lord. So does that mean no pressing? That would be appropriate. Oh, it's not even the good thing. Probably gonna be going at this for a while, aren't I? From my own observations, I couldn't see any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. This resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand, but no document in corresponding ink was found. Vital evidence recovered from the victim's stomach. Oh, yeah.
There were no other signs of internal injury. Nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach.
Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. That's everything, is it? Poor father. He looks so troubled. Perhaps because 10 years ago, something happened that's been weighing on his mind. Oh, I couldn't say, were his words. That phrasing was very deliberate, I'm sure. I wonder if he's had suspicions all these years. If that's the case, we need to use this cross-examination to prove what really happened, and remove any trace of doubt. If we could establish that Kazuma-sama's claim of fabricated evidence was true, we can't shy away from this now, even if what we might uncover could lead to total calamity. Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll be right beside you, whatever may happen. Hold it! Hold it. You couldn't say? No, sadly not. But then you couldn't say there wasn't any indication either, could you? No, true, I couldn't. I was on Dr. Wilson's side as he performed the procedure, recording what he did. But at times, of course, he instructed me to fetch implements and such like, whilst I was away from the operating table. Obviously, I could have missed something. And at those times, what was the secondary assistant doing?
Following this Japanese man's orders to adjust the lighting or pass him implements. That doesn't mean Mama wasn't a vital part of the team.
Quite, yes. So would you kindly refrain from staring at my cheek like that? Professor Mikotoma, think! Was there nothing at all that seemed out of place to you? Well, yes, there was, as a matter of fact. Hold it! Hold it! In all of the previous 4 killings attributed to the Professor, we haven't seen the collar. The victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe. Their throats were, well, mauled. Correct. And yet Lord Van Sykes was stabbed. Ah, do you mean to say? You think Lord Clint Van Sykes may not have in fact been one of the Professor's victims?
There is no basis on which to doubt the findings of the investigations carried out at the time.
but...
Genshin Asogi confessed to all his crimes upon arrest. He admitted to having taken the lives of all 5 members of the aristocracy.
Yet the beast that was used to carry out the killings was never identified. No evidence was found to suggest that Genshin had ever kept a dog. A true hound of hell.
We need the collar, dude. Hold it! Hold it! But, you weren't actually present at the autopsy yourself, were you, Dr. Goy? Does that matter? Well, I just wonder how useful your testimony can be in that case, really. I mean, it would be different if your mother, Dr. Scythe, were in the stand, but... I've read all the paperwork about the case, and Mama's told me the story countless times. The statement I just made is exactly what's written in the autopsy report.
I did confirm it myself at the time, it's true. Besides the stab wound, there were no other signs of internal trauma. I want to do these lines.
Excuse me!
Excuse me. Lord Van Zykes, let me guess. Is there something about the witness's last statement that troubles me? Is that what you wish to ask?
Yes, exactly. You're very perceptive.
Whereas you would appear not to be. Huh? You really need to learn how to read your fellow man, my Nipponese friend.
Read them, or reap them. Hold it! What exactly was it, though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean? Well, it was a sparkly and round, with a hole, as if it might slip over a finger, perhaps.
It was a ring belonging to Genshin Asogi.
My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach.
At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitus quartus of his left hand, the fourth or ring finger. I'd understood it was some sort of keepsake. When my father left Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old. But I remember that ring.
You do?
My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them.
Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in stores at Scotland Yard to this day.
After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off. They arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes.
How could they? I brought the ring along with me today. What? There it is. A bit dusty from the years in the stores.
Good gracious! Yes, that's it. I hadn't seen that in 10 long years.
And that was found inside the victim's stomach?
Yes, I'm afraid so.
You hesitated there, Professor Mikotoba. Should we read something into that?
Well, it's just that thinking back now, I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body.
Oh my, really?
At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see.
Dr. Gory, the removal of this historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not?
However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceedings.
Very well, you may submit it.
Mr. Asogi's ring. A ring belonging to Genshin Asogi found in Lord Clint Van Zykes' stomach during the autopsy. The claws clasping on the gem look sharp enough to cause a very nasty scratch. It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. They almost look like claws protecting that jewel. We must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruhodo. Very carefully indeed. Hold it! Well, I did confirm that myself at the time, it's true. Besides the stab wound, there were no other signs of internal trauma, despite the fact that the ring was spiky and would cause abrasions. I see. Oh.
Mama told me all about it.
Oh?
She said there was nothing of note internally. But they did find an amazing piece of evidence. Something unbelievable.
Unbelievable? What do you mean? Come on, Dr. Gory. What was it?
Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant.
Hold it! Hold it! And that was the decisive piece of evidence that led to Genshin Asogi's arrest.
Correct. After further investigations by Scotland Yard, the man admitted to his crimes.
That's a lie! My father was no killer. Baron Van Zykes, it was you! You twisted the truth to suit your purposes.
Your hatred of me doesn't change the facts that were established 10 years ago. My brother Clint had closed in on the professor. In the end, he exposed the man and put a stop to his lethal rampage. In the way only a man of my brother's caliber could.
That's everything, is it? Right. Hold it! Excuse me. Professor Mikutaba. Yes, what can I do for you, Naruhodo? Did something about that last statement bother you in some way? I feel as though it might have done, as it happens. But you startled me so much, I've clean forgotten what I was thinking. Perhaps try to remember for next time, then. And perhaps you could try to remember not to holler next time. Hold it! No, sadly not. Excuse me! Is something wrong, Dr. Gory? Did the last statement give you pause for thought, perhaps?
Well, something did just come to mind. If you Easterners come from the other side of the world, are your internal organs all flipped?
Sorry?
I'm desperate to look.
Strictly speaking, that's not really related to the testimony, is it?
Ready for the first incision?
No! Sharp enough to cause a very nasty scratch. Nothing on the inside of the ring. No, like, stomach acid or anything weird like that. No corrosion. No scratches even. These fat claws doing a good job of protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of this ring. Yes, if you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them. I should think. Ow! Now my finger's bleeding. The claws really are sharp. Oh my! That was very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo. Even for you. Who would make such a dangerous ring? You wouldn't swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely. A sticky, murky burn of about that size would go down much better with some red bean paste. Hey, oh. A sticky marzipan of about that size would go down much better with some red bean paste in the middle. Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow. Objection! The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach. But you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikotoba? That's right. As I said in my testimony before, at that moment, I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested. In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring in fact really came from the victim's stomach or not.
What are you suggesting, counsel?
Nope. That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy. What are you saying? That Dr. Wilson? That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance, after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Sogi. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach.
Objection! Objection! Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim?
This evidence, right here. That's the autopsy report.
It's explicit in that report, counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally. So I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point.
You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all. What? To swallow a ring of this size would certainly require some considerable effort and determination. And in addition to its size, there are sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with.
My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death, even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that that evil killer was brought to justice.
But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as an internal trauma.
No!
And there you have arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago.
Then why didn't you say something at the time?
I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day. Is he getting a model? Oh, he's from the intro cutscenes. Intro cutscene voice. Look at this. Look at this. Now this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say? But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson? What's that now, Mikotoba? What's that now, Mikotoba? Well, if he swallowed the ring of that size, with those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you would expect to see damage to the throat and esophagus, torn mucous membrane. Surely you would expect to see damage into the throat and the esophagus, torn mucous membranes at the very least. Dr. Mikotoba? No. A rather singular mystery. Dr. Mikotoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you. I'm terribly sorry. I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. No, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down.
So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father.
I'm disappointed, Counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation.
What?
Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There is no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion.
Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified, even in living subjects.
Using a device called an endoscope, recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay.
I don't think so. And Dr. Gorey, rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished.
He opened up the dead to find the truth.
I beg your pardon.
But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up with all her secrets inside. That's wrong.
Dr. Gorey, it's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama.
Yes, the ring. What about the ring? I've just remembered something. An earlier incident.
What incident?
The one I recounted to you before, about a memory I have of Genshin Asogi saving my life.
What? My father saved your life?
It was 10 years ago on a foggy night. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. All of a sudden... Objection! Objection!
Don't make a peep, you're coming with us.
All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. It shielded me. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring.
Are you saying?
I've always believed those thugs were after me. But now, I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all.
Wait, but...
Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack. And in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found. And we saw in his reminiscence image that he was wearing the ring on his finger after Van Zykes' death.
You mean the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thugs were after that night?
Objection! Objection! You pathetic coward! You expect me to believe that you weren't involved? What do you mean by that?
It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as a mass murderer and have him arrested. Objection. Kazuma. Open your eyes. Ryunosuke. You must know deep down. Truth can be completely obscured even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you were so insistent that I should be present in this trial? To see you like this?
Well, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face. It is as if you were Lady Justice herself. It seems you've thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy result. So much that you're apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that would be born out of it.
What?
Though it's extremely hard to believe, let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asogi not have disputed the findings in his trial?
Oh.
If the closed court hearing 10 years ago, in the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Van Sykes?
Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate.
But then... Oh my, that is very strange. If Mr. Asogi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then... that would surely mean that there was no fabricated evidence.
An obvious conclusion which you should have arrived at many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asogi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought.
Ah!
Genshin Asogi's silence at his hearing can only mean one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago.
Ah! But if that autopsy was all above board, there would be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion.
Objection! Objection! Thank you, Yunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely.
Kazuma?
What's this latest absurdity, Counsel?
My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound, but for one giant hole.
I beg your pardon.
You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence. But there's another possible explanation. You overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence.
Objection!
Objection. Silence that would lead to him being convicted and sent to his death. If the autopsy results were an invention, there's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested.
Objection!
Objection. Oh, those results were an invention, all right. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that 2 people in connection to that autopsy have been assassinated? Gah! If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years. Me?
Kazuma-sama has created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. If we can only show there was a reason for his father's silence in his trial. A reason why the man would have said nothing, even though he was innocent. Could it have been part of some negotiation, perhaps?
Enough rhetoric. The court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have that could possibly explain Asogi's silence in court?
This is the only thing it could be, right?
Take that!
Take that! This is the defense's answer to that question.
As I indicated before, my patience for rhetoric is growing thin.
Could have at least accompanied that penalty with an explanation of why that answer is wrong. If Kazuma-san, his father, knew that the evidence being used to convict him was fabricated, why would he have said nothing in his trial? If it were me, I'd have protested my innocence until I was blue in the face. So if we're right about the autopsy results, there must have been a strong reason for his silence. Well then, perhaps he was saying nothing in exchange for some sort of clemency. That could be it. My lord, the defense would like to...
Enough rhetoric. The court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have that could possibly explain Mr. Asogi's silence in court?
His escape from prison? Well, it's probably that.
Take that!
Take that! It's true that Genshin Asogi's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction. But that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death. Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way, the defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. I have here the dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. The notes read, there are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Asogi and the British government. In exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet. I would go further than that, in fact. I would say the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Asogi can be explained in no other way.
Order, order. First fabricated evidence, and now a jailbreak conspiracy.
Of course, because it's all intimately linked. The prosecution wishes to summon a new witness to the stand.
Witnesses?
People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago. Governor Kaiden and Mr. Vigil.
Governor Kaiden and the poor chief warder of the prison.
I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce to summon the governor of the prison after all these years.
Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord.
What?
Father?
My dear friend may appear a little rattle-pated at times. Rattle-pated. Define rattle-pated. Lacking sense of or discretion. How rattle-pated? Rattle. How do you say it? How do you say the word? Come on. Why can I not? There we go. How to say it?
Rattle-pated.
Rattle-pated. Rattle-pated at times, but I can assure you that he is extremely thorough. He wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier, asking Governor Kaiden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency.
Mr. Sholmes did that?
Are you telling me that...
Both men are, unless I'm much mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment. My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings.
Very well. Bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all.
Would the new witnesses state their names and occupations for the court, please? Aye, Barry Kaiden, Governor of Barclay Prison.
Everyone calls me Gossip. I sell drawn to little bits on. Your other persona, if you don't mind. Oh, I do beg your pardon. Of course. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison.
The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called Professor 10 years ago. Lord, the Professor! We've already been through all this before, a decade ago. And the conclusion was that there wasn't anything untoward happened.
A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you'd call nothing untoward.
Ah, well.
The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was illegally executed, and he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison.
Governor Kaiden, I don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Asogi out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment. Gods! Hold on there, laddie, will ya? All I did was...
Witness, Governor Kaiden.
Aye, sir.
You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country. A great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Asogi, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court.
My apologies, my lord.
There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. So you will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place.
Very well. Let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Asogi out of Barclay 10 years ago.
It was the day that that Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to the chief warder, Vigil here, and put the plan into action behind the scenes.
I was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot.
I deny ken if there was some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire.
A directive from the prosecutor's office? Are you saying that was the jailbreak plot?
Aye, that's right.
Who sent it? Who authorized that plan?
I deny ken that.
Are you saying you don't know?
Listen, there was nigh a thing about that professor case that was nigh unusual in some way. I did not ask any questions. I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I could not tell ya.
I see. But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Asogi and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asogi admitting to the crimes he didn't commit.
That, Counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense.
Oh, yes, my lord.
I fail to see how these witnesses could have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to a cross-examination?
Absolutely. I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord.
It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Very well. Proceed, Counsel.
It was the day that that Japanese jock was to be found guilty.
So Asogi-san agreed to confess to the crimes because he was sure that he'd be broken out of prison later. I really don't think that Kazuma-sana's father would have engaged in such negotiations. Then perhaps something compelled him to agree. What a terrible thing, using the law to legitimize such underhand dealings with a desperate man, only to double-cross him in the end. It's quite the opposite of justice. I can't help feeling there's something about this apparent negotiation that doesn't quite add up. Something doesn't quite add up, Mr. Naruhodo. No, it doesn't. But I can't quite put my finger on what yet. Well, in that case, we must keep digging until we identify the problem. Hold it! Hold it! Did you say you don't know who actually issued the directive?
Aye, that's right. All I can be sure of is that it was official.
Excuse me! It's going to be the same line, probably. Lord Van Dykes.
Let me guess, is there something about the witness's last statement that troubles me? Is that what you wish to ask?
I'm really glad I bothered to do this. This is literally a great little back and forth.
Whereas you would appear not to be. You really need to learn how to read your fellow man. Read them or reap them.
Hold it! Hold it!
Aye, that's right. All I can be sure of is that it was official.
Excuse me! Excuse me. Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? Oh, no. You haven't lost your memory again, have you?
No, not at all. I was merely in a brown study.
You can think about how you want to decorate your house later. For now, please focus on the testimony.
So sorry.
Hold it! Hold it.
Aye, that's right. All I can be sure of is that it was official. But if it was from the prosecutor's office, that narrows down who could have issued it straight away. And it wasn't me. I cannot even say with certainty that it did originate from the prosecutor's office.
What?
There's no telling where it started. There's a fair chance it came from higher up the ladder. Basically, I cannot give you any indication of who was behind it.
You can't be serious. All we can say for sure is that the order must have come from somebody in authority, I suppose.
The likes of us on the ground, as it were, deny bother with idle speculation. We just get the job done.
Hold it! Hold it. So, Mr. Vigil, you didn't know anything about it at all?
That's right. My only role in the scheme was as a scapegoat. That's right, isn't it, Governor?
Some poor beggar had to take the rap for it. All right then. Who else did know about the plan? I've no the first idea, laddie. My part in the whole business was basically just dealing with the aftermath. But I wouldn't be surprised if there were other folk in the prison service who'd been given similar orders.
So you don't know who else was involved?
Aye, that's right. All I can tell you is that the night it actually happened, the person at the reins was Dr. Stevens.
Oh, Dr. Side. Dr. Courtney Stevens. Or Dr. Side, as she's known now.
Why did I have to get caught up in such a terrible business? I was responsible for Asogi right until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot.
Hold it! Hold it! Did you not notice anything unusual happening in the lead-up to that night?
Oh, everything was unusual. Exception after exception.
Excuse me! Excuse me. Something on your mind, Governor Kaiden? What's his actual proper name? I want to know if there's a...
Barry Kaiden.
Barry Kaiden. Sai? Barry Kaiden. Kaiden Barry. Something on your mind, Governor Kaiden?
Eh?
It looked as though you were lost in thought there for a moment.
Oh, I cannot relax when I'm in no at the prison, you can. I'm all het up worrying about inmates escaping.
I thought that Barclay was the most secure prison in all of Britain.
Aye, that's right, it is. I'm sure I didn't I ought to worry.
And in that case, do you think perhaps you could concentrate on the testimony? Hold it!
Oh, everything was unusual. Exception after exception. After all, it was the professor. That man who terrorized the country as never before with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head.
Hideous treatment. The
fella was surprisingly docile for someone who'd taken the lives of 5 of the country's nobles.
Being the chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I can still hardly believe that I was duped by my own country.
I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you?
Wash, Vigil. I cannot apologise enough.
No, Governor. I don't believe you can. It won't change what's happened.
And what else can you tell us about the situation, Governor Kaiden? I deny Ken if there was some negotiations between the
Hold
countries.
it! Hold it. But you've already acknowledged that the orders came from the prosecutor's office to arrange for the man's escape. There must have been some sort of negotiation. It's the only explanation.
Aye, well, be that as it may, I deny Ken nothing about that. The witness stand is no place for telling what you don't know for sure. I ken that much, I do. And I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offence.
So you were just following orders, is that it?
I'm afraid that won't absolve you of guilt here.
A man was still killed illegally, even if he was a condemned criminal. You may very well be found complicit in murder, Governor.
So that's what it's to be, is it? Even with the threat of conviction, you won't break your silence. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire.
Hold it! Hold it. Did you carry out the plan in its entirety?
Aye, I did everything I could at the time. As you know, Genshin Asogi was shot dead in Lowgate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too? My instructions were to do with getting a jock out of the jail and nothing more. I cannot tell you anything about what happened after that. Only, personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan. What? Aye, it were a rumdo, no doubt about it. But you have to mind, they were special circumstances. It was to protect the British justice system. That's just how the execution had to happen, I think.
You're saying that Mr. Asogi's murder in Lowgate Cemetery was his capital punishment? Do you realise Mr. Vigil tried to take his own life as a result?
Aye, well, that's another story. Who was it? Who shot my father in the cemetery that night? I've no answer to that question. However it happened, the convict's life was destined to end that night. The moment the execution order was signed, his fate was sealed. This court will not pursue the identity of the individual who carried out the order.
So Asogi-san blah 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 blah. Hold it! Hold it!
What does this all mean?
What does this all mean?
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Mr. Vigil, is something wrong?
Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir?
He's saluting now. What is it? Some sort of Barclay convention? What Governor Kaiden was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps?
For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories from that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country.
The fuck is the ring he has on his finger? Oh, it's his wedding ring. I've said that before.
Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems.
But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine the shooting of Mr. Asogi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan.
What makes you think that?
Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak, only to kill him in the end. It's treachery of the worst kind. The point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there be any need for all the chicaneries of an escape?
Ah! Yes, that's quite true.
If whoever negotiated with the Sogi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler to just let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence.
It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets that is Barclay, behind the high prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly.
Truth be told, there is a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me. If you believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak, between Asogi and a body at the top, it does not quite add up, does it?
Governor Kaiden, I must insist that you explain these doubts you have by amending your formal testimony.
Gods! Aye, go on then. It seems to me that the Japanese fella did not have nothing to bargain with.
Hold it! Hold it! Admitting to the crimes, that's what he had to bargain with, surely.
I cannot see that myself. After all, did the prosecution no have conclusive evidence against the Carly, eh? This, you mean, discovered during the final victim's autopsy? There's every possibility this conclusive evidence was fabricated by Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office.
Objection!
Objection. Possibilities are all very well, but nothing has been proven. You can holler about misconduct in the trial 10 years ago all you like. But if you can't establish that it happened with hard evidence, no one's going to listen. Aye, that's right. So what I'm saying is, the convict had nothing he could use for any kind of bargaining at all. The witness makes an astute point. Logically, it would seem no negotiation could have taken place.
Yet the plan to break the man out of prison was definitely put into practice. So he must have been armed with something that gave him an angle to negotiate. The Asogi papers, at whatever their significance may be. Objection! Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on the verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison. Genshin Asogi was taking an incredibly risky gamble.
Very true. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway.
Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Which means that Mr. Asogi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon.
Havert, the fella couldn't I possibly have had anything like that.
But you know that he did, Governor. The Asogi Papers, the name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi.
Ah,
So he was banned from writing implements so that he couldn't write it, but he managed to anyway.
ah,
Turns out that Mr. Asogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day.
You squealed, did ya? You wee rat. Did I no tell you to keep that a secret?
You can't touch me now.
Grrr!
When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict cell, Mr. Asogi pleaded with the warder. Alright then, but what's on that paper?
A last will and testament. A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now.
A weapon?
And after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yes. All the prison warders searched for the belongings in his cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found. As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asogi Papers. Governor Kaiden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you?
Eh?
Would I be right in saying that you knew that the so-called Asogi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow?
Jinx, what the blazes are you blathering about? The will was found, right and proper. In the fella's cell where I said it would be.
But how can that be? Where in his cell? They all searched the place from top to bottom.
Well, you didn't I do a proper job, eh? You wee peely-wally galoot.
You can't criticize me now.
I showed it you afore, did I know, your lawyer?
Yes, you did. I have the document here. It's written in Japanese and reads, "The last will and testament of Genshin Asogi."
Which means everything is as it should be.
Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here.
What? What inconsistency?
Mr. Asogi described this document as the only weapon he had left. And yet, this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage.
Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake?
As has been clearly demonstrated already. What went on at Barclay Prison was far from above board.
That last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former Chief Warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least sorely mistaken.
What? No, I definitely heard him say that. I swear.
Clearly we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Asogi Papers. A waste of time. If the will was fake, where is the real document?
Objection!
Objection. Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything. Very nearly his own life. And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself.
It's clear that Barclay Prison's hiding somehow. It's clear that the jailbreak was masterminded by someone in the prosecutor's office.
It's clear that some illicit negotiations took place. Is your lordship going to gloss over all these details? All these obvious and reprehensible facts?
What did you say?
We should hear more from the chief warder. Have him testify again. The trial must go on. The man's voice must be heard.
It would seem that a vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then, let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw on the convict's last will and testament.
Yes, sir, my lord.
Testify! Testify!
As the warder responsible for the condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail.
I only found out about the Asogi papers when a directive came telling me to impound them. The document was in the folds of the fellow's robe that was left in his cell. A kimono, I think it's called.
In his kimono? That's a lie. We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all his clothes. It can't be true.
Were you no satisfied with me calling me a liar once, eh, you wee waffinger?
It really is his word against his.
There's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. Other than the hold, you like to take on my cravat, of course. Is that what you're going to do, is it?
What the fuck is this?
Are you gonna give me a good shake again? Or are you too scared?
Little and large. What a double act.
We complied with the Sogi's will as far as possible. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan. As a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen.
And we were much obliged. I can confirm that all of my father's belongings arrived safely. Aye, and you cannot deny the handwriting that is on your old... that the handwriting is that of your old man, eh? Yes, there's no mistaking that it's my father's brushwork.
Really?
And this last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please.
Yes, my lord. Right then. Fuck, no. Number whatever. That testimony doesn't give much away. So this will really was penned by Kazuma-sama's father. I wonder what he could possibly have meant when he described it as a weapon. It's starting to pass out very much like Mr. Asogi actually had nothing. But the plan to break him out of jail went ahead, which means he must have had some bargaining power. He must have been hiding something. It's the only explanation that makes sense. It's starting to sound like Mr. Isogi actually might have had something. Which is it, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm not sure. I feel as though I'm on the brink of understanding all this. Let's listen to all the information again and see what more we can learn. We can't overlook even the smallest detail. Absolutely.
Mr. Ward responsible.
Hold it! Hold it. So would that mean that you conversed with Mr. Isogi?
Yes, certainly. And there was precious little time before his execution was due. He was remarkably calm, considering his days were very much numbered. In all honesty, he didn't really strike one as a man capable of mass murder.
Yet he confessed in full to the crimes.
I know. That's why I felt compelled to ask him one day, and I can still recall his reply. I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes.
He indirectly ended Mr. Vigil's life, I guess. He indirectly ended Baron Van Zyke's life, maybe by some strange coincidence. Or like weird logic. He didn't say of murder.
But he was so tranquil and intelligent. It put me in mind of an Eastern holy man.
And what about the will you saw with him? What can you tell us about that?
It was the beginning of all the drama. I remember it very well, yes.
Hold it! Hold it! And he pleaded with you not to report him, didn't he?
Yes, that's right.
And like the bampot you are, you deny tell me. A blatant breach of trust, that was.
I could see that the man had a noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly.
But according to what you told us 2 days ago, the convict had been strictly forbidden from having any writing materials whatsoever.
Yes, you're quite right.
Ah, so when exactly was the will penned?
That was before the man was remanded in Barclay, obviously. Yes, at the prosecutor's office under the supervision of the relevant authorities. I personally instructed Isogi to make a will for the benefit of his family in his homeland.
In that case, why was it found in his cell?
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by that?
Well, if it was penned at the prosecutor's office, you would have expected that it would remain there for safekeeping, surely.
Ah!
It's curious. There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in the convict's cell.
Oh, well. The defense makes an astute point. Well, Governor. A prison governor, can I be expected to ken the inner workings of the prosecutor's office? In that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you can shed some light on the matter. I'm unable to offer an explanation here and now. I would have to consult with the notary responsible for the will at the time. The fact that my father's will was discovered in his cell is clearly inconsistent with what was expected. I want to know why.
Another inexplicable mystery, then.
Well, the thing is about that will.
Hold it! Hold it. It was the governor who ordered the search for the will, as I understand it. Is that right?
Yes, and when I reported back that we couldn't find it, he grabbed me by the cravat and yelled, "It cannot have disappeared completely," in my face.
Aye, well, it's done to the governor to keep everybody.
to keep everybody working as hard as they should.
I think the governor needs a wee taste of his own medicine, Mr. Naruhodo.
The point is, it was clearly considered a very important document, wasn't it? But it proved impossible to find.
But it proved impossible to find.
There we go.
That's right. And before I knew it, it was in the morning paper. That blood-curdling article. The executed mass murderer who'd risen from the dead.
Maybe it was something to do with that.
Oh, you mean the article based on Mr. Drebber's experience in Lowgate Cemetery?
Yes, that was it. The day after I'd read that news, I was summoned to the governor's office. And that's when the awful accusation was made.
That you'd aided Genshin Nasogi to escape from the prison, resulting in your immediate dismissal.
I'm afraid I really don't remember anything after that.
As the governor of the prison, I had no choice. Couldn't I have done anything else?
Hold it! And that directive came from the same source as the one instructing you about the jailbreak.
Aye, from the top levels of the prosecutor's office.
What name was on it?
I didn't ken afore, I didn't ken no. I didn't ken afore, and I didn't ken now. All I can tell ya is that my orders were to do everything in my power to find that document. The directive said it had to be somewhere inside the fella's cell.
Document? Was that the wording? Document, not will.
Aye, that's what it said.
Am I clutching at straws here? I just wonder if it was really Genshin Nasogi's last will and testament that the sender of that directive was after.
Continue with your testimony then, witness.
Hold it! Hold it! Mr. Asogi's kimono?
Aye, the one he brought with him when he was locked up.
Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand.
That's right. He was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution.
Indeed, he had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, that kimono, his sword.
His sword?
Karama, the famous sword of the Asogi clan. It bears the soul of my family.
I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Forget it being the soul of the clan, could the man have had a more obvious weapon?
Have some respect for Yunosuke.
Respectful silence?
The warders carry firearms around at all times, and the inmates have shackles around their ankles. He couldn't have hurt anybody with that thing.
Still, he was allowed a sword, but no writing materials. He could have used the sword and the books to write something, right? If you know, if this was your desperate, like... Karama, the Great Blade. He didn't hide anything down the hill, did he? Or down the sheath, no?
Aye. He wrote that will afore he came to stay with us at Barclay, you see. Dr. Mikotoba was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office.
a Suzuri inkstone, black sumi ink, and some Hanshi rice paper. No doubt.
I was present when he wrote it. I'm sorry to say that the letters just look like a squirming mess of jet black earthworms. But I'm sorry to say that the letters just look like a squirming mass of jet black earthworms to me.
My father had a passion for calligraphy. He found the profound black colour of sumi ink to be very soothing. I'm sure that cursive Japanese script must look utterly incomprehensible to English eyes.
Anyhow, that's the document that was found in the fella's kimono. Despite the seriousness of his crimes, he was treated in a gentlemanly fashion until the end.
When he was callously betrayed and shot dead in a dark cemetery in the middle of the night. Yeah, the gentlemanliness of it is overwhelming. That testimony doesn't give much away.
Hold it!
Bum, 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 ba-dum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 ba-dum, bum, 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 bum.
Is that right? Excuse me!
Excuse me. Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? Mr. Vigil? Sir, it was Scarlet, sir. What? Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that. Scarlet ink was mentioned in the autopsy report, but that was before he went to prison. Less swaying and more explaining would be helpful. Is it something about the testimony we just heard? Have you recalled something of importance? Something of importance? Possibly. Or possibly not. I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid. My lord, the defense asks that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony with this possibly or possibly not important detail.
Permission granted.
Go ahead, Mr. Vigil. Yes, it was Scarlet. As I remember it, the document was written in a scarlet ink. Perhaps I'm mistaken.
Hold it!
Hold it! Scarlet, you say? Well, yes. I mean, I only caught sight of it for a brief moment, of course. But even by the dim light in the cell, I remember thinking that it was an unusual colour. At the very least, I'm quite sure it wasn't black.
Witness, is that really what you saw?
What? Sir? Is something wrong, Lord Strongheart?
I apologize. Continue.
What do you make of that, Mr. Naruhodo? For Lord Strongheart to be so visibly shaken in that way?
Och, deny haver, you can plainly see the writing here, and it is as black as the Earl of Hell's waistcoat.
Well, yes, you're right. Mr. Vigil, I'd like to confirm one point with you. Did you actually see the content of the document that Mr. Asogi was holding that night? Oh, well, no. I mean, there was no time. As soon as he noticed me there, he hid it behind his back. It was definitely a will, was it? Yes, it was. That's what Mr. Asogi told me.
The court need waste no further time on this matter. We have the will in question in our possession. There is nothing more to add.
A will written in scarlet ink. What did Mr. Vigil really see Cosmo's father holding, I wonder? If you have an inkling, Mr. Naruto, you must present it to the court at once. Objection! Scarlet-colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. And I believe that's exactly what you did see. What?
Havers again. You have no evidence to say that.
Have a look at this report.
That's my brother's autopsy report.
Yes, and there's something in here that's bothered me since I first read it. It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand.
Yes, so it does.
It's a scarlet ink. Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit. I would hazard a guess that they don't all go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they?
Your wit is not appreciated. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately.
What is your point, counsel?
My point is this. Whatever Lord Clint Van Zykes was writing in that unusually coloured ink, it must have been directly before his death. Because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand.
What?
I remember something that troubled me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. But Clint was punctilious. Define punctilious. Punctilious. Yeah, punctilious. But Clint was punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual. And no document penned in the colour of the ink that in the inkwell was ever found.
So the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting that document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was the same document that Lord Clint Van Zykes was writing moments before his death?
Then it was...
If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that, yes. It can only mean that, yes. Mr. Vigil.
Sir.
When you spotted Mr. Asogi with the document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not?
All right then, but what's on that paper?
Airy voice, a last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. The only weapon I have left now. It was Clint's will. A last will and testament. If the conversation did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we now know completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Asogi said.
You really think?
Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Asogi. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zykes.
No! What?
Objection!
Objection. This is madness. My brother's last will and testament. That would mean that he had chosen to die.
That is what it would mean, yes.
No, impossible. That is utterly out of the question.
Lord Van Sykes.
Clint was pursuing the professor. It consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never. He wouldn't rest until the job was done, until the killer was caught.
He was the professor.
The idea that he would willingly accept his own death, it's obscene.
Objection!
Objection.
And yet, we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death. And that Genshin Nasogi came to be in possession of that document. So what could the will possibly have contained? Clearly something that couldn't have been made public under any circumstances whatsoever. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers that be to enact that daring jailbreak It was something so damning that it prompted the powers that be to enact that daring jailbreak plot. Yes, there can be no question that the will contained information of the utmost secrecy. Information of the utmost secrecy? Ah! No, it couldn't be. It couldn't be.
I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom nobody can attest to having seen, serves absolutely no purpose.
Objection!
Objection.
No, my lord, that's unacceptable.
What did you say, counsel? What did you say, counsel?
The last will and testament that Genshin Nasogi had in his possession was that of Lord Clint Van Sykes. And the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that as a possibility. We have a duty to pursue this line of reasoning to its conclusion.
But with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue.
A reason why Lord Clint Van Sykes, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. But it's just too hideous. Mr. Naruhodo. However difficult this situation might become, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken. Susato. So hold your head high and keep soldiering on. Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Sykes left behind a will. A will that Genshin Nasogi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details in the will were related to the Professor case.
The defense's last statement is mere conjecture.
What are you getting at, man? Ryunosuke? As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. I believe that the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Sykes was in fact a confession. You can do this, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe that what Lord Clint Van Sykes was actually penned that day was a confession.
confession?
Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor, and his true identity.
Objection!
Objection! Enough, Council. What are you saying? Do you even realise? A confession about the true identity of the Professor? That would mean...
Lord Van Zykes, I appreciate this must be hard to take in, but it's the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor, a man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy, wasn't Genshin Asogi at all.
No! You can't be suggesting...
It was in fact the man believed to have been his 5th victim. Lord Clint Van Zykes himself.
It's finally open, is it? Pandora's box.
The great Van Zykes family. They've been thoroughbreds of the British judiciary for years. And Lord Clint Van Zykes, he was a paragon of justice. He was actually a mass murderer, a perpetrator of atrocities of the vilest nature. And if the general public ever found out, law and order in this country would be finished. My brother. Oh, this is too awful. Poor Lord Van Zykes. I wonder though, did he never suspect Mr. Naruhodo? Lord Baron Van Zykes is a brilliant prosecutor. It is conceivable that he didn't realise what his older brother really... Is it inconceivable? Is it conceivable that he didn't realise what his older brother really was?
Order, order, order in the court.
Lord Van Zykes. The Professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog? Yes, he did. Balmonk. He was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant. And he was never suspected.
I don't believe this!
When my brother would go hunting in the forest of the grounds behind the house, he always took Balmonk. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he was following his master. It was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck. A jewel-studded collar? That's right, though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night. A jewel-studded collar stolen by a thief. It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London.
How could you?
There was an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold. It was topped with a small crown and bore an ornate capital letter B.
What? An emblem bearing the initial B?
Oh my, you know it?
It's the insignia of the Baskerville family.
What? What? The Baskerville? Why is that coming up now?
Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. That pure gold emblem was an heirloom, which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt, then. The collar you've described was Balmonk's.
The family insignia of Lord Clint Van Zykes' widow? was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from its quarry, of course. But it could equally have been from the human prey.
So it's true then.
Clint Van Zyke really was the professor. Impossible. These Japanese are making it all up to exonerate their own.
So in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself. And that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society. My father knew that. And he was using it to negotiate his way out of these unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he'd bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil. Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart?
10 years have passed, and still now the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy believing that justice was done. That though his anonymity remains, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed. Very well then. You may have the truth.
Tell me then. Tell me what Clint really was.
Lord Clint Van Zyke was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself.
Clint. The 19th century was a truly miraculous 100 years for Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the new industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. But these dazzling new developments meant ever deeper shadows were cast on society. Water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes, and crime growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint Van Zyke made it his mission to combat that darkness. As time went on, it slowly ate his soul, until eventually he was consumed. I guess that was, oh shit, that was supposed to be.
It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising. The truth has once again been unearthed by a Japanese.
Once again? What do you mean?
10 years ago, your father, Genshin Asoge, turned up at my office one night. The professor.
Yes, beyond a shadow of all doubt. You must issue a warrant to search his home at once.
Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital.
Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using the noble status as a diversion while he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes.
Do you have evidence?
Nothing definitive as yet. But he keeps an enormous savage dog on the estate. We need the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy.
So a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this based on the tenuous accusation of a visiting student. So I turned down Sogi's plea, and as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zykes mansion on his own. We can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course. Lord Clint Van Zykes perished.
I don't believe this. So, in actual fact, Kazuma-sama's father did. He made the late Lord Van Zykes meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to Professor's killings by taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life. I'm not convinced.
As soon as I heard, I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened.
And what about the will?
Asogi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene.
Genshin respected Clint, though.
We had no idea of the existence of such a document at that time. I was the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor. So, I resolved to keep it a secret, and to guard the secret until the bitter end.
So you're admitting to it? That you were behind it all? It was you, then, who pinned the crimes on my father?
I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire, even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse.
Then it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence.
I ordered that the detective take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him, naturally.
Gregson?
Obviously, he opposed me at first.
Are you off your rocker? We can't do something like that.
There's no question that it was Asogi who murdered Lord Van Zykes. The house staff have made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night.
Yes, well, I've no doubt it was that Japanese fella. But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog, so we're short of murder weapons and boot.
And we're short on time, Gregson.
He had a different cane at this point.
We must put a stop to this man's rampage, for the good of the country. So we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, detective?
Blimey.
So that night, 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Genshin's ring was taken, that was him, was it? That was Gregson's. That was Gregson and some hired help? And the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned its discovery from the victim's stomach during that autopsy. And in the light of that decisive evidence is that Asogi was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges. But I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhand dealings.
It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness.
What weakness?
Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Asogi.
Me?
Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asogi. Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asogi.
What? What?
Though I hear you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention, and you will see Japan and your son again.
You scoundrel!
Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty. So whatever rash claims you might make in court, we'll have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asogi: the gallows.
Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing a truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden.
Yes, it hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order, you understand. So, what's it to be, Asogi?
Kazuma. He did it for me.
And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order at any cost.
Objection!
Objection! I've never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in the light of all this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Mael Strongheart?
A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Barak Van Zykes? That the spirit of your late brother, that paragon of justice, should return to reap justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you?
What brazen!
I knew that you'd play the part to perfection. But your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel.
An angel with bloody hands? I think not.
Those who had cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper became.
But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan.
That's right. So I had to employ the services of his young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Scythe.
Dr. Scythe?
So, what with the execution of the Professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey, I've successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything. My lords, ladies and gentlemen, I do hereby confess, it was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, it was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire Empire.
Lord Strongheart did it. An unforgivable collection of crimes, but still, all those who died at the Reaper's hand were rotten to the core anyway. If it was in aid of keeping London safe...
There is no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these 4 walls, nobody need know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is of course for the good of the country.
Can he do this? Can the trial really end now?
Hold it!
Hold it! I have one last question. For the accused, Lord Van Zykes.
What?
Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor. So I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother. Yes, the same thought occurred to me.
It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong. Perhaps too strong, I observed. At that time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. And since they were nobles, they were untouchable. My brother, it was a source of great turmoil.
And coincidentally at the same time, the Professor began his terrifying reign.
During the time of the Professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself.
And that made you suspect?
Yes. But it was only once, not more.
Only once? Really?
Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. And I still believe that now.
Do you have any evidence to support that idea?
The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor.
I got it wrong. I said it was an accusation. I said it was a confession. It was actually an accusation. Right? It was an accusation that Lord Strongheart was the Professor.
That will do. Neither Clint Van Zykes nor Genshin Isogi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion.
But...
There are only 2 extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Isogi, and the 3-paged last will and testament that penned in black ink and left behind by the man. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained.
Objection. 3 pages.
Later today, I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned.
Objection! Objection! Thank you, Kazuma.
Me?
If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made it this 11th hour discovery.
What discovery?
My lord, I'm afraid I must insist the trial continues.
I beg your pardon.
As the court has been reminded today already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction.
What contradiction?
But all I did was ask the accused one simple question.
Well, it began with Lord Van Sykes and his recollection about his brother. But Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length.
I merely pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here. So where on earth is this contradiction?
One of them definitely just said something contradictory. It's time to identify who. It was Lord Strongheart. I'm sure of it. Something he said was slightly off. Come on, Yunosuke. Think over his words. Find the problem.
Neither Clint Van Sykes nor Genshin Isogi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. There are only 2 extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Isogi, and the 3-paged last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man.
Lord Strongheart, would you care to explain?
Explain what, Counsel?
Among the statements you made just a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have.
Inconsistent?
And whilst an inconsistency remains, the defense has a right to pursue an explanation.
Ryunosuke, what?
Let me warn you about the statements you are making, Counsel. They may very well prove fatal. You claim my words contained a contradiction. With which piece of evidence, I ask you?
Take that! Take that! This here is the will left behind by Mr. Isogi. The 2-paged will.
What?
Yet moments ago, your precise words were the 3-paged last will and testament.
Ah!
Could it be that originally there was a 3rd page?
For a moment, I thought perhaps you'd identified something worthwhile. But it's a mere trifle, I see.
A trifle?
Governor Kaiden.
Hey, what can I do for you, sir?
You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament.
Aye, I was there, for sure. I remember the black wear 'em like squirrels to this day. And I'm quite certain, my lord, that there was a 3rd page at the time. What? Only the first 2 pages were the actual will, though. If I mind correctly, the 3rd was a message to his lad back in Japan.
For legal purposes, we required only his will.
And we wouldn't have wanted any uncomfortable words about Britain to get back to Japan, eh? So it was decided that the 3rd page oughtn't I be sent.
Objection!
Objection! How dare you make that decision? I had a right to know what it said. To hear my father's final words to me.
The courtroom is no place for sentimentality, Counsel.
As it happens, I have the third page of the document with me here now.
My father's message!
It will be given to you at the end of these proceedings.
It'll be too late once the trial is over. We need to know what it says now. Even the slightest thing may give us a vital clue. My lord, the defense calls for Genshin Asugi's last words to his son to be read out loud before the court now.
Your request is denied. The inevitably maudlin words can be of no consequence now.
Objection!
Objection!
The prosecution agrees. The court should know the contents of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined.
Very well then, Governor Kaiden. You will read the third page of the document for all present to hear.
Yes, sir. Oh, yes, sir. Only, I should point out, my lord, that I cannot actually read this Werem language.
This beautiful handwriting. Shame on you, Barry.
Shame on this beautiful handwriting. Shame on you, Barry. If I could be of assistance here, I would be happy to translate the words into English for the court.
Father!
You're still here, are you, Dr. Mikotoba?
Naturally, I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. But perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I've translated Genshin's message.
Your cooperation is much appreciated.
Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness. A darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. That's the end of the message, it would seem.
A haiku poem. Twist thy head. Father!
What is Karuma?
The name of the Asogi clan's famous sword. A razor-sharp blade known to all. Passed down for generations. It embodies the Japanese spirit.
It's not known to me.
It's the katana sword that was submitted as evidence earlier in these proceedings. The one worn by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson. One sec. I need to find out how to do the achievement, because there's something here.
All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of this court is long overdue.
Mighty Karama, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. That's the proper way to use the sword, is it? Maybe I should try it. It hurts my neck, that's the trouble. Mr. Naruhodo, if I might make a suggestion. I think perhaps it doesn't mean your head. Oh, I once studied the history and development of the katana some time ago. And as I'm sure you're probably aware, the sword's head is the part at the very end of the hilt. It's written as head in Japanese, but it's pronounced as kashira, I believe. Kashira. So Mr. Asogi's words really meant twist the butt of the hilt. You don't think... You don't think? Ah, look what's inside it. Is that a tightly wound sheet of parchment?
In red ink.
Scarlet ink! It's written in scarlet ink. I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is it, isn't it? Mr. Naruhodo, look at the signature at the end. Clint Van Zykes. And the date, 10 years ago, on that fateful night. So for 10 years, it's been silently concealed inside Karma, and nobody knew. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zykes. Wait. Oh my goodness. Look at this. This is unbelievable. Twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. Karama's father certainly had a way with words. And he certainly thought up an ingenious hiding place, too. It seems almost playful at first, but I do wonder if over the years, perhaps, the duties of the Asogi clan have actually called for such inventiveness. Protecting great secrets, you mean? Those sorts of duties. Well, I could believe that. Kazuma conducts himself like somebody with the weight of his clan's long and noble history on his shoulders.
All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of this court is long overdue.
I can't read it.
Or as the presiding judge, I have been as accommodating as possible of the will of the courtroom. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light. In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint Van Zykes tragically lost all sense of morality. When he murdered his former mentor, clearly he was already devoid of all his normal faculties.
Objection!
Objection! How dare you! I refuse to believe that of my brother.
Too much time has passed. We cannot ever hope to know more than we do now. Especially since the alleged will that he penned in his final moments appears to have been lost forever.
Ah!
Lord Strongheart, you appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. We've heard you state time and again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interests of protecting British law and order.
And I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime the capital has seen.
Objection! Objection! What about Inspector Gregson, then? And Dr. Wilson? They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends. Then you had them killed. However you dress it up, there was nothing fair or just about that. Lord Strongheart, what exactly is it that you're hiding?
Dr. Mikotoba, were you not to quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will? In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it is supported by evidence. And if it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present, in which case, I hereby order all discourse from these proceedings to be struck from the record.
This is my last chance. Mr. Naruhodo, I have to present some decisive evidence now, or it's all over. But can I? Wait, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present.
What? Don't be absurd! There is nothing of relevance remaining from the time.
Objection!
Objection. It's high time that you realize something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that had escaped everyone else's attention. Nonsense.
What is it, Ryunosuke? What do you have?
Dun, 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 dun. I dare say, the final, decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale.
How? How can you?
Decisive?
Well, it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord.
Let it be so, then. Present whatever you think you have that can settle this decade-old enigma, if you're capable. What exactly is this evidence that the defense claims to be so decisive?
Take that! There is a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zykes.
Ha! A wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it has escaped your notice, that document was lost long ago.
That's right, it was. Only. I have it right here. Discovered just moments ago.
Impossible! That can't be!
Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery.
Gah!
My brother's last will and testament. Where did you find that?
It was rolled up inside this.
Inside Karama?
That ultimate weapon Genshin Asogi obtained has lain undisturbed in this hilt of the sword for all these years, just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth. The signature and seal certainly look official.
My God, it's true. It's my brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake.
I forbid the contents of that document from being read out. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it.
Objection!
Objection! You can't do that, my lord. This document could explain everything.
This document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. I demand that you hand it to me at once.
Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page?
What are you implying? Court is adjourned with immediate effect. Clear the courtroom.
Objection!
Objection.
Leg fucking slap.
Do that, my lord, and you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice. I beg your pardon.
Forcibly ending a trial without good reason. Not any trial, a closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason. Lord Clint Van Zykes really did pen a will that day. It's exactly as the long Japanese man said. Read it out, now! We have a right to hear what's in that will. A right and a duty. Well, well, my lord. It would rather appear as though proceedings aren't going to go quite as you hoped.
You fools!
Go ahead, Ryunosuke. Read it. The prosecution gives its full support.
Very well then.
No! For God's sake! No!
Right, pen. Okay. How do we get? Okay, Clint Van Zyke's voice. I'm not doing it. I'm doing it in Clint Van Zyke's voice. I'm making a voice for Clint Van Zyke's. That was an epic fucking breakdown. Holy shit. Lord Van Zyke's voice. A Lord Van Zyke's voice, but more urgent and just dutiful. Like a mixture between Lord Van Zyke's and Asogi or something like that. I pen this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m. and I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Asogi stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the jewel, that I may depart this world with honor, an honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are truly a merciful people. I, Clint Van Zykes, Lord of the Manor of the Van Zykes Estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not hear discourse of the corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me, as one of them, so apparent. However, since 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of depravity, a demon who has habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. That demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my great hound. But though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon, it seems. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded, I realized that I had lost the last shred of decency within me, and sunk to a level of a wild beast. There is no path back to the light. Be it I, or my dear friend Asogi, who dies this night, I am eternally damned. To my extortioner, male Strongheart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow. So now we know. Yes, Clint Van Zykes was a murderer. But somebody was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Male Strongheart. It was you. Lord Strongheart, a moment ago, you claimed that what the court has just heard could destroy justice in this country. But you weren't trying to protect justice at all. What all you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature and the countless lives you've sacrificed up until now. Still smiling. It's holy shit, the fact he's still smiling is so perfect. It just didn't make sense to me that the third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, who was my brother's benefactor and a man of lofty principles. And I said Clint had no possible reason to kill the man. But you did, didn't you, Lord? But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart?
To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you'd set your sights on. So you used your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Van Sykes, to take him down.
It had to be done. London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the roots, but the Lord Chief Justice at the time just couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say, tantamount to cowardice, if you ask me. Which is why I took his place, in order to fight the crime that he was allowing to spread like wildfire.
By murdering the man.
The Reaper, the Professor, the name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of law and order in London.
Objection!
Objection. Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now, too?
Ah, Genshin Asogi. Well, that was unfortunate. I had fully intended to send him back to Japan as we'd agreed.
I don't believe you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him.
No, it wasn't me who took your father's life.
Then who?
On the night following his mock execution, I went to Logate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jigoku.
Judge Jigoku?
There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asogi's treatment after his repatriation. Jigoku had a fierce ambition. It made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he'd stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. When I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough.
Seishiro, you fool. You fool.
As you know, Asogi escaped the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. We intended to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan. There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves. A man who witnessed what nobody was supposed to see.
Enoch Weber.
Of course, I knew grave robbers. Of course, I knew grave robbers frequented London cemeteries. But that grave on that particular night, blast! If people found out the convict wasn't really executed, the scandal will rock the very foundations of this empire. Then, what?
Then what do we do?
Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku. Shoot Asogi at once. He can't live now that this has happened. He has to go.
What are you talking about? You had an agreement. You promised him he could return to Japan.
Everything has changed now. If the truth got out because of this, both of us would be finished. Forever. Come on, Jigoku, do it. Pull the trigger. Shoot! Jigoku shot Asogi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close, the blood sprayed over his coat. He fled as fast as his legs would carry him. Then Jigoku and I put Asogi's body back in the grave from which he'd just emerged. When I later learnt of the waxwork modeller's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear to 2 things. Never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. And with that, the secret was buried along with Asogi's corpse. So, now you know what really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night.
Holy fuck. Holy fuck. We haven't played the Final Pursuit theme yet.
It was Jigoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asogi in the end, you see. He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger.
Just before Mr. Jigoku left the courtroom earlier, he said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request.
So you coerced him too? Using what happened in the graveyard?
By that time, Jigoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs, negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would have happened if it came to light. If it came to light, he'd murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that.
How do you sleep at night?
These past 10 years, I've fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld, and I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reign supreme.
Objection!
Objection! That couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all.
How dare you! I saved Clint Van Sykes from dishonor in his death.
Objection!
Objection!
Whilst behind the scenes, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then, you made my father take the blame.
It was unavoidable. It was the only way to protect the justice system and public order.
Let's not forget the others you had killed as well. Setting the defendant up as the Reaper to cover up the whole truth, to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more.
That's enough! Do you have any idea of the conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We have to fight fire with fire. Our court can't function without a Reaper. Can't you see all I've done for this country? This has been my struggle.
Objection!
Objection!
You've done nothing. It's Lord Van Sykes here who worked tirelessly and justly in court, whilst enduring the disgrace of the Reaper name.
And Inspector Gregson, wrought with anguish for having sullied his hands through a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Asogi, who risked his life going in pursuit of the truth you tried to hide. No, the dark recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you.
You little! When will you get it through your thick skulls?
That was all for Queen and Country. I'm tiring of that excuse. You've consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding. Nothing more.
People who willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again. He's doing Gant's clap.
Well, 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 dear me, my good fellows, dear me. A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for a quite marvellous performance.
But what are you talking about?
Those delightfully grave expressions, that beautifully pronounced Queen's English. Really, our friends from the Far East are quite the picture of industriousness.
You fraud! Keep your mockery.
Please, don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you've both said.
What are you trying to say?
I have occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld and, how did you put it, done nothing. I confess it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out and quite so starkly, but yes, I really have done nothing, which means I can be indicted for nothing. No.
What?
It's true. Personally, I have committed no crime. I've merely been surrounded by fools who've acted very rashly indeed.
Objection!
Objection! You can't get away with that! You've consistently preyed on people's weaknesses!
And what? Threatened them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? I would like to address all the good lords, ladies and gentlemen of the judiciary here present. You all know of these dark recesses in our great capital, and deep down, I believe you also know that to fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. So let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalogue of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? To learn that the infamous murderer of royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself. That evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial, amid secret negotiations with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak. That the Reaper of the Bailey was an organised group of assassins managed by a Scotland Yard inspector. And finally, that it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself.
If the general public of Britain knew the truth, all faith in the police and the prosecutor's office would be completely lost, without doubt. Public order in the capital would be completely break down. We'd be cast back into the lawless days of the last century.
Precisely. As it was 100 years ago, when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. To think we've accomplished since then. A public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws. And if we want to continue to protect this new era of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves. We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. That is all that was expected of this trial. All these other matters that have been discussed will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings in the interests of preserving law and order, and to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my lords, ladies and gentlemen, what say you?
He has a point. The things Lord Strongheart has done are quite unforgivable. But on the other hand, isn't it our duty to maintain law and order in the capital? We can't deny that the threat of the Reaper over the years has done wonders for the crime rate. And by fair means or foul, it's all thanks to Lord Strongheart. Strongheart! Strongheart!
Strong ha! Strong ha! Strong ha! Are you hearing this?
This is the will of the British judiciary?
For your rousing response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the records shall be erased.
You have to respect the man's ability to turn the situation to his favour. Lord Strongheart really is a master of manipulation. You've conclusively proven his guilt, yet still he manages to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do.
Ryunosuke,
It looks like the trial really is going to come to an end now. I'm almost out of options, I think. There's really only one path left open to me. Strong ha! 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 Yes, as I know only too well, the only thing that carries any weight in court is hard evidence. But, Mr. Naruhodo, what evidence is there to use at this stage in the trial? I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come of it, but if there was ever a time for using this particular item we have among the evidence, it's now. We're gonna broadcast it live.
Take that!
Take that! Oh my! Yes, Mr. Sholmes asked if you had that with you earlier. We've exposed all of Lord Strongheart's wrongdoing now. I've no doubt that Mr. Sholmes had already deduced that's exactly how the truth would unfurl. Dun 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 dun. So I think it must be time for the great detective to take center stage, don't you? Yes, absolutely. Let's take the hair by the ears then, and heave. All right, here goes. Here.
my dear fellows, must I remind you every time, a gentle tug will suffice.
Mr. Sholmes,
You're looking in quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo, because I'm over here.
ah, Mr. Naruhodo, he's... It's Mr. Sholmes. Oh, I wasn't expecting you back, Sholmes.
Delighted to be here again, Lord Strongheart.
What? What is the meaning of this? Bailiff, seize him! Put that man in irons! This is a closed court. You've been warned once already, man.
What the? We can't get hold of him, my lord. We just go right through him.
Holy fuck. Dun 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 dun.
I'm afraid your efforts are wasted. You see, the great detective you see before you is composed of entirely light and shadow, an image, if you will. Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions.
Mr. Sholmes, what on earth is...
Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone?
Well, yes. I hear that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo. The sound of the speaker's voice is converted to an electrical signal and transmitted instantly to another place.
Quite. Sounds are transmitted. So could not images keep them company? I mused. Iris and I did some modest experimentation to develop such a device specifically for this very day.
Modest experimentation, Mr. Sholmes. What a modest description.
And somewhat incidentally, I thought we might as well transmit an entire scene.
Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Sholmes. Now you're just being immodest.
Do you mean to say you're not actually here, Sholmes? Ah, I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept.
Except he's grasping the stand to steady himself after your shock arrival. Poor father. I would have hoped that he might have been forewarned, being the great detective's great partner.
Leave my courtroom at once! Get out, or I swear to you!
Dear me, you, on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here, which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking, where exactly are you? The very question I was awaiting. I am at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden.
The garden?
Not just any garden, you understand. A garden at Buckingham Palace.
What? You can't be. Buckingham Palace?
What's Buckingham Palace, Monsieur Sato? I've never heard of it.
Do you ever read the news, Mr. Naruhodo?
Mr. Sholmes? Is Iris with you there?
Ah, well now, Iris is currently enjoying some tea. With Her Majesty.
Her Majesty?
Not just any Her Majesty, you understand. Her Majesty the Queen of the British Empire.
What? What?
What on earth is this all about?
Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruhodo.
Order in the court! I demand immediate silence! Her Majesty the Queen? You can't be! I mean, no! This is some sort of unforgivably distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective, that's all!
Unforgivably distasteful trickery? What an apt description! A closed court session attended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. I presumed that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings. So, I decided to show her everything, from start to finish.
Huh? You showed her?
Indeed. I didn't have the Herlock Sholmes remote cinematograph.
You meddling!
This is some kind of nightmare. Just as I appear to be standing before you, regaling you with the talk of my latest invention. No doubt you've inferred that the reverse is also true.
You don't mean?
Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assumed there would be no objection. After all, every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, as you know.
You!
I confess, I am quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged over the past 10 years.
No, I was merely...
Oh, so sorry to keep you all waiting. Vicky and I had so much to talk about.
Iris, there you are.
In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty.
A message?
Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably, forthwith and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to male Strongheart is hereby revoked forevermore. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days.
So, it seems that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Justice in this country needn't be administered from the shadows at all. male Strongheart. The darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future, because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law, and of Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal.
Adjourned! 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 The court is adjourned!
Holy fuck! Holy fuck! Yes! Right on his head. Land that tip of that thing right on his head. Holy fuck. That ending. What the hell?
Lord Clint Van Zykes left a will in which he confessed to everything. When those words came out of Asogi's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. But I couldn't find the damn document. I searched his cell, but it wasn't there. Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume.
What do you mean?
The need to obtain that will was all-consuming. I was sure that if I facilitated Osogi's escape, he would emerge with the will somewhere on his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in the sword's hilt.
Holy fuck, because he couldn't read Japanese. He couldn't read the Japanese on the damn note. What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zykes. In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case. Sorry? How can that be? There is more to his last will and testament. What? 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 Now I need to do the Clint Van Zykes voice again. As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother. Barak, you have always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I ask only for forgiveness. Asogi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zykes. Clint.
There we go. Male Strongheart. You colluded with Seishiro Jigoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans. And you cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you set about that now, a whole decade later?
To ascend to the very peak. These last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough. Short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General, I could have no real power to effect the changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remained.
How could you?
I like everything to run smoothly, in the exact manner that I prescribe, like a well-oiled machine. And I was just a step away.
And for your ambition to succeed, did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you had killed?
Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something?
Such as?
You've very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial.
Ah!
However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were. May I suggest, therefore, that we entrust the final adjudication to an old friend?
My lord! My lord!
As a member of the judiciary, I have been following the proceedings from the gallery, and I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today. The darkness that has blighted justice in our land these past 10 years has all at last been dispelled. Thanks, in no small part, to the efforts of a bright young star from the East. Defense Counsel Naruhodo.
Yes, my lord.
On behalf of everyone here present in the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks.
You're too kind, my lord. The first time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now, I had the faintest of intimations. I had the faintest of intimations that if British justice, so warped and twisted over its long history, was finally to know change, this might just be the man to do it. What? But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese after the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to apologize for countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent.
Oh, Lord Van Zykes. When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody, certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend, Kazuma Sogi, who led me here to Britain in the first place. My loyal and ever-patient judicial assistant, Miss Susato, who helped me to study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Van Zykes, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. And not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning, who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Sholmes.
Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo. What a relief.
I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. Truth is a guiding light that always leads to happiness. I've lived by that principle for a long time now, but actually, it's not true. The truth can also cause great pain, sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair. And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively even. But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness emerges, I guess. The darkness takes hold, and from there it grows, until eventually it makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and true. So that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead.
Well, I must excuse myself now. But before I go, Mr. Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand opus.
What?
Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Strongheart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting Britain's justice system have been silenced.
Thank you very much.
So, until our paths cross again somewhere. Well then, it would appear that this long trial has finally come to an end.
My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord.
I'm quite sure that we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Baron Van Zykes. In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant, Baron Van Zykes, not guilty.
Three hours. I've only been going for 3 hours. It's 2:30 now. AM.
That is all. Court is adjourned.
Strongheart's breakdown. Oh my god. The way that he told himself and told everyone that it was all for the sake of justice. So delusional. Brilliance. Nobody but Shooter Kumi could ever do it that well. It really is all over. Did I sacrifice too much? Mr. Naruhodo, I really must congratulate you. It was a truly, truly splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you. Oh, thank you very much. But I really couldn't have done it without you at my side, though. through it all, Miss Susato.
Oh. Your kind words mean so much to me.
It really was a very splendid show, that, Naruhodo. I'd have thought that you'd be smiling ear to ear, but you look rather glum. Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdict. It's in exposing the truth. I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing.
Oh well, in that case, I'm quite sure that when you see Lord Van Zyke's smiling face, everything will seem much better.
Miss Susato, everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder.
Oh dear, I really shouldn't have presumed.
Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes?
Almost a year it's been now since I first encountered you here in this very courthouse. For you to have risen to the level of excellence you demonstrated today, well, it's quite remarkable.
But I exposed the most unpalatable truth you could ever have imagined in court today. I feel as though I've robbed you of something you held so dear. Lord Chief Justice Van Zykes. That's totally going to be his ending, isn't it?
What was it he said? To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. But that was just the feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. You made fine work of establishing that fact in court today.
Oh. Well, thank you.
What magnanimous words. I'm quite sure that Kazuma-sama would have a smile on his face at this very moment if he were here.
Kazuma? Oh. Miss Susato? There's another face like thunder here.
Oh my, and he really was here.
Lord Van Zykes. Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal.
Congratulate me, or curse me. You failed to bring down the Reaper.
I owe you an apology.
No, it is I who should apologize. Your father, Genshin. If I had been stronger, and perhaps I made an unforgivable error of judgment, I can offer no excuse.
And I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and the truth. For that at least, I can't withhold respect.
Your words mean more to me than you could know. I will hold them dear.
Kazuma-sama.
Must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me. What's that? The will that Lord Clint Van Zykes wrote before his duel with my father.
Asogi is a fine detective, and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final 2 wishes. First is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper.
I have confessed to my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zykes. What can the second of his final wishes have been? That your father agreed to honor, you mean? I think perhaps I might be able to shed some light on that. What? Father? It was 10 years ago, as you know, the day before the execution was scheduled. I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin. Why aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? If you'd only agree to it, Seishiro and I would be gladly petition the government. We've been through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Eugen, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance. You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done. I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once, in secret and telling no one. You should find a lady of the gentry in hiding there. A lady of the gentry? She's not in a good way, and she's with child. The birth is imminent. As a medical man, I'd like you to attend to her. Please, you're her only hope. By any chance, is this child yours, Genshin? Don't be daft. It's a favor that I was asked of me by a man I knew, and as his dying wish. My goodness. I swore to the man that I would help, that I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child. But if something should happen to me, I need to ask you that same favor. You're the only person I know that I can truly rely on. What did you say? If something should happen to you, tomorrow night, you're going to be... You never know though, do you? What life will bring. Alright then, tell me the address. I'll head there at once with Seishiro and... No, not with him. Pardon? This is a favor I'm asking of you, and only you, Eugen. Right, I see. Very well then. That very night, I caught a train from Paddington to Dartmoor in Devon. I found the old house. In the middle of nowhere it was. An old hunting hound lay asleep in the grounds. Baskerville. So she's Iris Baskerville. The poor woman was on the floor at the back of a darkened room. She was in mortal danger. I broke her waters to precipitate the labor before she weakened further, but it was a tortuous birth. I did everything humanly possible for her and her child. And in the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically, my efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for longer than I care to remember. Eventually, something over days, I looked around the room. There was precious little in it, but an old travel trunk caught my eye. It had clearly been well looked after over the years, made of top quality leather with a fine stitching. But it was when I saw the emblem on the side of it that everything dropped into place. B for Baskerville.
Baskerville?
You mean
The woman was the wife of Lord Clint Van Sykes?
that's right? The newborn was his daughter.
But that makes no sense! Why on earth wouldn't Clint have entrusted the child to my care in that case? I was completely unaware that he even had a daughter.
I suppose he didn't really have any choice.
What?
Well, your brother said that he'd confessed everything to his wife. So she must have been beside herself with worry for her child. If the true identity of the professor were to ever be made public, the girl would be forever branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer.
Ah!
So the only solution was to distance the young girl from the Van Sykes family as much as possible.
I don't believe it!
I imagine that in his final hour, Lord Clint Van Sykes made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man is someone I can trust. I honored my promise to Genshin, of course. However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan, and without disclosing parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me.
Oh, how awful.
I was completely at a loss. In the end, I had to ask my great friend. I asked him if he would be a father to her. That being Mr. Sholmes, I presume? Yes. He took one look into my eyes and agreed to it on the spot. Mr. Sholmes, he has a heart of gold. Really, all it can be said that I did for the child was to give her a name. Oh? When I'd come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. So it was her name that I gave the little girl. Your wife's name, Professor Mikotaba? In other words,
The name of my mother. Ayame Mikotaba. Ayame. Oh,
that's right, Ayame. Ayame, or in English, Iris. Iris?
I had no idea. Ouch! Mr. Naruhodo, what's wrong? This little thing just pinched me on behind my trouser pocket. Hard.
Ah, my dear fellows, can you hear me?
Mr. Sholmes, is that you? Bing bong. Yes, we can hear you.
You see what excessive tugging can do. Let that be a lesson to you.
Mr. Sholmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before, but you were simply marvelous. Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius.
Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surpassed myself, I feel. It had become apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chief Injustice would require such measures.
Runo, Susie! Oh, Iris.
Oh, Iris.
Oh, I'm so pleased. What a wonderful outcome. Her Majesty Queen Vicky said she thought my special blend was delicious.
Oh, I'm sure she did. After all, no one brews a more delicious tea than you do, Iris.
Let's have a party to celebrate. And Mr. Reaper, you simply must come too.
What? I'm afraid I couldn't.
Reaper of the Bailey, flustered by a 10-year-old girl. Again.
No, really? Oh, poo.
But I give you my word that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude.
Oh, how lovely. You've promised now. I won't let you forget. Bye for now, then.
All right, Iris. Thank you for all your help earlier.
Oh, that was nothing. Just come back home soon.
Ouch. Ugh, one final pinch goodbye, was it? Well, I think I ought to be leaving. Lord Van Zykes, would you care to accompany me? Certainly. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me once again to express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life. Wait, Lord Van Zykes! Yes? What are you intending to do now? Well, clearly, I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office.
Oh, no.
I intend to publicise the full truth about the Professor case. Once that's done, the Van Zykes family will be ostracised completely from London society.
Surely not.
So as soon as I am free from my employment, I shall leave the capital.
Oh, I see. Don't be a fool.
Don't be a fool. Are those the actions of a man once feared as the mighty Reaper of the Bailey? I beg your pardon. For the past 10 years, you've endured that pseudonym and been cast as one of the dark forces yourself. Now that you've finally been freed from that disrepute, your battle is just beginning, surely? Well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips. I waited a very long time to come to London. Now I am properly here, I intend to learn all that I can. Anyway, goodbye for now. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Kazuma Asogi. It seems as though he's really matured suddenly.
He's not the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruhodo.
Hmm?
Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. We must help Iris with tonight's dinner.
We must. It was then that I came to an important decision about my future. I'm home. Ah!
About time you got here. We've been waiting ages, Odo.
What are you doing with that colourful piece of history?
It's a party, innit? It's gotta go off with a bang. I mean, fireworks, ideally. But when you ain't got fire, smoke's the next best thing, ain't it?
There's a girl on Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think.
Right. I'll remember that. I'll remember that.
You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak. You really must hear this. It's quite the most extraordinary thing. I assure you, it will defy your expectations. Take down every tale now, Mikotoba. Ah, the world-famous great detective, regaling his partner with the tale of his adventure. A sight to behold. Would you care to hazard a guess? Where do you suppose the fiendish runaway had concealed himself? Would you believe? Inside the trunk I found abandoned in his cabin. I would believe it, yes. I would believe it, yes. I say, Mikotoa, I detect not a hint of surprise. I wonder why that is. Maybe because I was there at the scene as well, Sholmes. What? You were? Then why the deuce didn't you say so before? Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still. It's hard not to feel privileged to see it. Hello, Mr. Sholmes, Professor Mikotoa. I'm finally back from the Bailey. And not a moment too soon. A feast prepared by Iris and Miss Susato awaits. I must say, I haven't seen Susato looking so happy in a very long time.
Ah, Runo, there you are. Dinner is on the table, everyone. Please do come and take a seat. Time to fill me boots. Goodness, is that really true, Gina? Yup, I'm losing me copper's cobbler and going back to what I know best. It's a diver's life for me. You're really leaving the police force? But why, Ginny? Well, the boss ain't round no more, so... Oh. And anyway, no matter how hard I try, that Reaper ain't never gonna accept a diver turned dick, is he? Well, people can change, you know.
Ah, yes, that reminds me. I rather thoughtfully offered to relieve the bailiff of this now defunct piece of evidence.
Eh?
It's the inspector's pocket watch, and the crown has been reattached.
Oh, from beyond the grave, I thank you, Mr. Sholmes, for putting that back together.
That watch was his pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievements at Scotland Yard. For 10 years without fail, it measured every second of the man's remarkable career.
But now, it's stopped.
Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive by taking on the great responsibility of winding that watch every single day again.
Yes, someone with an equally fierce detective spirit. It's gotta be me. There's no one else. Quite right. I mean, after all, the boss was... well, he was my boss. Yes, Jenny. Yes, he was. Oh, yeah. And I made you a promise and all, didn't I, Iris? That I'd become a proper detective one day and track down your old man.
Oh.
Alright then, it's decided. I'll do it, and I swear, I'll find your dad and bring him in the kitchen, bring him in, kicking and screaming.
I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate. Yes, I think, Gina, it might be best to, well...
I think I'd like you to forget that promise, Ginny. Eh?
Iris?
Well, obviously I've always wondered about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I wanted to know where I've come from. I thought he might tell me something about myself. But I've caused such a lot of trouble trying to find out. There's so many people. Early, Rono, Professor Mickey.
Oh no, not at all, my dear. Really, you know, oh no apology to anyone.
Well, anyway, I've decided to give up on it. Because I've finally realised my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name is or where he's from. Don't you agree? Hurley?
With every word, Iris.
Thank you, Hurley. Thank you, Daddy.
I think, Mikotaba. Yes, Sholmes. I think that I ought to express my gratitude to you. Oh. For 6 years, you and I solved many a mystery together. And during that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all. And I should never have experienced it, were it not for you. You old softy Sholmes. But I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say it. Well then, I think this calls for a lengthy violin recital, wouldn't you say?
Oh, well, the food would go cold. That's the only problem. Maybe next week, Hurley.
Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris? Ha 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 ha!
Even amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking of revelations, returning in the evening to this suite of rooms, there's always warmth and happiness to be had. The home of the world's greatest detective, and my home too, with my greatest family. Here in London. This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. I've certainly had some unforgettable experiences whilst I've lived here. But I think now the time has come. Time to bid this place farewell. Naruhodo. Oh, Professor! Are you alone? I didn't hear any sound from Susato's room. Yes, Susato-san went out after dinner. She took a carriage. Something about an important matter she needed to take care of. Ah, I see. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier. Oh? With Iris, I mean. When the subject of her father came up. Lord Clint Van Zykes. I made up my mind many years ago never to tell her who her real father was. It's what was agreed with Genshin after all. Lord Clint Van Zykes' final wishes before he died, you mean? Yes. I've had to take some rather drastic steps at times to protect that secret, you know. Calling Susato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example. Was that really the reason? That's why. When I read Soseki-san's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. You stumbled across the crux of that terrible case. The dog's collar. The description of the Baskerville insignia left me in no doubt. Baskerville. If you decided to investigate that insignia, sooner or later, you'd have made the connection to the Van Zykes. And to make matters worse, Susato knew of the unpublished story as well. The story that Iris had written based on my notes from the time. Ah yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles.
was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon. A dog with the Baskerville family emblem around its neck. Armed with those two clues, I feared you and Susato might arrive at the truth. So I invented that story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. All in aid of halting any investigations you and she might have been contemplating. I see. Something I've never understood is why Susato-san came across that manuscript in Japan, though. You know, Iris' The Hound of the Baskerville story, I mean. Sholmes sent it to me. That was before Susato left Japan. He was very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. I'd read it and carelessly left it on my desk, which is where Susato came across it, of course. Ah. It was the only case Sholmes and I ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much of it from my paltry notes. Sholmes and I discussed the matter and decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Sholmes for safekeeping. So you did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father? That's right, because Sholmes had told me how astute she'd become. However, having witnessed events in court today, I must say my opinion has somewhat shifted. Oh? I think at some point in the future, the time will come for Iris to know the truth. And when it does, well, I believe it will be for the best. I think so too. Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something too. Judging from that expression, I'd say you've come to a decision, have you? Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan. Are you quite sure? I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma. And now that I've completely wrecked the legal system and completely threw the entire political landscape of Britain on its head, I'm just going to fuck right off. And never talk to anybody from Britain again. But he's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think. I see. Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February, my becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. With Kazuma, Susato-san, and Mr. Sholmes all gently pushing me in that direction. I spent the best part of a year immersed in this world, but always aware of a seed of doubt inside me. Until today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized no one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself. Dun 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 dun. The path of a defense lawyer, eh?
Yes, that's what I am now. That's what I'll be going back with you to Japan as. And that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life.
Well, it sounds like you've made quite a resolution there.
I have.
Very well then.
I must say, it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow, but I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days. Not with the symposium having been cancelled now. Such a shame.
Never mind. I'm sure there'll be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I'll bid you good night.
Susato-san, you weren't supposed to hear that conversation.
I just wanted to let you know I'm back.
Did you, hear what your father and I were discussing?
I'm sorry, I did, yes. I couldn't help, but...
Oh, how much did you hear?
Well... from the part about Iris's real father, I think.
In other words, from the beginning.
So you've made up your mind. You'll return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer.
Ah, yes, I'm sorry. I really should have consulted you about it. I did want to earlier this evening, actually, but you'd already gone out.
Oh no, that's quite alright. I already knew that it's what you decide, Naruhodo-san.
You did? You did? Susato-san?
Ah, yes.
I suppose this means it has to be farewell soon.
I suppose.
You'll be a great help to Kazuma going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He'll certainly benefit greatly having a brilliant judicial assistant at his side.
I'll do my very best.
I wish I could say it, but I just can't. I can't ask her to come with me. After all, she was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Kazuma's assistant.
It's growing late. We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today.
Oh, yes. You're right.
Before I retire, let me say one more time. You really were quite splendid in court today. So if you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or a locum should be ashamed of themselves.
Susato-san. Thank you. Now it's my turn to go. Wow. That mirrors the first game, huh? I can't believe this day's finally come.
You're really leaving then, Runo?
I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea.
Oh, I wish you weren't going. But you have to come back and visit. Say you will.
Of course. I promise. Well, it was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For a while at least, it felt like old times.
Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it. Having a little fun once in a while.
I'll just go ahead and say goodbye to the Professor as well, I think.
All right, Iris, you do that. Bling.
Susato-san.
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me. And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Sorry?
Ryunosuke.
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
Do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital, but,
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
Me too. But, we're both defense lawyers, so,
I'm going to become a prosecutor. I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
Oh, I see.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Name it.
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
Karuma? Why?
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me, the demon that reared its ugly head that day. It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector. But it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him. I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me until the end of my days. While I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor.
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
Until I'm ready to face the demon within me. To slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care. If you'll take it.
Of course I will. I'll keep it by my side. Always. Until we meet again, then. You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
Naruhodo-san? The path you're going to follow from now on. I wonder if I might follow it at your side, and unless I'd be a burden.
Or
What? I mean, I would very much like you to come with me. But aren't you...
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
I am?
Honestly, you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
You mean you knew about this?
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Really? Oh, when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba.
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes. I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Of course.
Susato-san.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
I'm terribly incompetent, but if you'll have me, I'd be delighted.
Oh, no, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me. Ah!
What's wrong?
Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's all right. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
It is?
Your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
Bruno! Your ship's about to leave!
Time to go then. Look after yourself, Ryunosuke.
Kazuma, draw your sword. One day, when our paths cross, once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom. A day I eagerly await as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that, partner.
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
As if I could, Ryunosuke.
And Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude. Especially when I visit you in your country. What? The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes! Would welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
And that brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain. A peculiar twist of fate brought me halfway around the world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next? Still, I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London. And when we're together again, no doubt the first words I'll hear will be,
Come, the game is afoot.
The ship, with our friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon. But Sholmes' face was alight with joy. The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson. We have but to gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
So I do just that. And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
Objection!
Until we meet again, Bruno.
Shu Takumi. I've been thoroughly inundated with inquiries about my remotes, but I'm no purveyor of electrical goods, and the close quarter recently. Anyway, I've decided an absence from London is in order, a sojourn in distant climes, the Empire of Japan, perhaps. I understand that the wardrobe class incurs no charge whatsoever. Oh, stowing away. I forgot I have to do the voices.
Bruno, I gave a little note to Hurley the other day. It just said, "Thank you for everything, Daddy." And it made Hurley cry. And I gave him some lotion I'd invented as well to dye his hair red safely. But he said that might make him cry too, so I'd rather he not use it.
In those days, when I was known as the Reaper, I felt your presence at my side. Once, unable to bear the burden of that grim pseudonym, I even retired from the courtroom. Despite everything, I still wear your prosecutor's badge with pride. The darkness that once beset me is no more, as you, too, are well aware. In the words of a young foreign friend of mine, I must stride forward, toward a brighter future. Van Zykes and Asogi, making up is the best thing.
The boss left a note for me, you know, and I can read every letter now, A to Z, the whole lot. It's cleared a load of stuff up. The boss was trying to protect me, see? And that's exactly what me and Chief Inspector Toby here are going to keep doing for Londoners. I only wish I could have said how grateful I was before he, you know. I only wish I could have said how grateful I was before he, you know.
Takashi Ito.
Gina, the truth is, I'm not the upstanding fella you think I am. It might be a deliberate heart, but it's a good heart. You've reminded me I need to be true to myself. I've got one more job to take care of before it's ta-ta to London for town for this foreseeable. And then, I've got to complete your education in the art of detection, a la Gregson, as they say.
Oh. Your Excellency, the man is accused of illegal entry into the office of the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Objection! Objection! Oblique overstatement overruled. The minister has been declared.
Who is this caddish counsel for the defence? And women are forbidden in the courtroom. Oh really? My friend Susato-san is in the British courtroom all the time, and she's doing a wonderful job. Perhaps I should have engaged the services of a regular legal team. Mama, is it true about Japanese people? Are they experts at filleting corpses? Yes, they are. Fish corpses, on the whole. I'd like to hone my own filleting skills. You don't mind, do you, Mama? Yes, I do. I'm not a corpse yet, am I? No. And I'm glad.
Did I just break it? Oh, oh no. Here I am again in Great Britain for the invitation of my dear old friend. He sent me a very nice letter. He's saying he had something to show me now that everything was settled. But what have I done? I was so excited. I picked this splendid hotel, and now I can't afford the bill. Oh, Barrett, come to my rescue again, please. Oh, I wish I could just... something.
Damn the spells, when I went to make the waxwork impression of the killer in the cemetery, I realized what had happened. But even the witness stand in the highest court of the land, I could never speak of it. The Lord Chief Justice and I had struck a bargain, you see. For a faithful reproduction of the visage, there is nothing which the spells would not do.
Hey, everyone calls me Gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits to passers-by, you know.
Hey, everyone calls me a Peppino, and I sell a lot of spaghetti. It's a... Hey, everyone, they call me... No, I cannot do it. This is ridiculous. Oh, Daily, how charming. You've made lots of new friends here, I see. Yes, and when we're released, I'm going to strike it rich together. We're gonna strike it rich together.
When I was accepted onto the foreign study tour, I knew exactly what path I had to take, and however might have ended, I knew I wanted you there to see it. If I'd ended up in the dock, there's no one I would have rather had defending me. But now, thanks to you, there's a new path I want to take. I'm sure we'll meet again in the courtroom, my friend. Until then, I leave Karama in your care.
I've made some tea, Naruto-san. It's important that you rest while you can. Once we arrive in Japan, you shall be busy establishing your new office. I'm so delighted to be accompanying you. After all, your talents have been recognized by a great detective, because you really are the greatest of lawyers, a great ace attorney, some might say.
In colour! The photo is in colour. Wow. Robert Vernon.
Objection.
Objection! Ben Deary.
Many memo.
God, that voice. Almost as bad as...
I'm so Saki Natsu, mate.
That voice is so hard to do. It just makes me want to cringe.
I guess that's the point.
Back in time. Taking down Strongheart was one of the most satisfying things ever. The best Ace Attorney game. I'm saying it. I'm saying it. Dude, even Case 2 was a banger. Every single case was a banger. Oh my god, the gas man. I might suggest that you hurry up and walk past before my next ticking time bomb blows you up. He was amazing. Oh, the little Prince of Bohemia. Two Spells. Two Spells was such a memey character with the winking profile image. Scythe and Gory. Brilliant. Hairbrain and Van Zykes was a funny combo, to be honest. That started to show us the other side of Van Zykes. Gossip, Venus. I didn't see Cardboard. Vigilant Evie, I think her name was.
Governor Kaiden. I can't believe I had to do the Scottish accent again. I don't know if it's even improved from when I did it for Ghost Trick.
Oh, bye Shames.
I salute you, sir.
Mikodabus dance is so weird.
Guilty.
And Lord Strongheart. He broke down like 4 times. It was epic. He really is a Gant. But done a million times better, I imagine.
Finn. Oh man, I want to have fun looking through all of this stuff. Unfortunately, I haven't actually 100%ed the game because I have to replay Chapter 3 because apparently the Steam achievement didn't work, which is it's more than slightly annoying, to be honest, but... Ah man, what a brilliant game. What a brilliant game. He was meant to have glasses? That would have been so weird. I'm gonna have to spend a lot of time reflecting on this, like, whole experience. In terms of its presentation, its dialogue, its moment-to-moment, like, gameplay, this game by far beats everything, right? Obviously, it's no contest, right? I would say so anyway. The dialogue especially was a step up even from the trilogy. Like, it had some parts where it felt like it was complex words for complex sake, but I think it really sold the faux Victorian style quite well. And it felt like I was reading, it just felt like it made sense as I read it. Like, there wasn't any, like, weirdness in terms of dialogue. But yeah. Bloody hell. Oh. Inosuke's new costume.
Oh. What? Oh, Iris's homemade suit. I often like to create costumes that speak to a character's backstory. Avoid that pitfall. I remember wanting to make this outfit feel connected to the story somehow. Yeah. I've got to be honest. Having the school uniform on, in that last case especially, it would have just looked weird. Like Naruhodo, he's been in England for a year. Asogi on the other side of the courtroom, he's been here for like what? Like under a month? And he's all geared up in his fancy prosecutor gear. And we look like we've just arrived here and we're like some Japanese nobody. When really, the Iris costume is very thematic. It shows how Rinosuke relies on and is supported by everyone around him. It just looks awesome as well. And the line and cut of the suit were also designed to complement Prosecutor Asogi's, making them a fine pair in court. Exactly what I just said. It would have been out of place. Prosecutor Asogi in his fancy gear, and Naruhodo in his not so fancy gear. I'm gonna have a great time reading this. Oh my god, look at that. Him smoking his pipe in dread and despair. A masked apprentice. I wasn't expecting the masked apprentice to be Asogi at first, which is crazy to think about. I thought the masked apprentice would be the new prosecutor. Clint Van Zykes. Wow, there's them younger. Holy shit, I'm gonna have such a fun time looking through all the art. Oh my god, big man. Big man Drebber. Young Drebber, not so young Drebber with white hair. Fancy arm. He was so fucking cool, dude. Like, his character design was insanely good. And as much as I thought Scythe wasn't the world's best villain, Maria Gori, in that last case, gives her a bit more depth. I'll give her that. Right, like... Maria Gori is like the new generation, you know. Still very much like her mother in terms of the way that she looks up to her mother, but in many ways different as well, in terms of her just absolute like crazy eyes and such. But brilliant, 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 brilliant. The Fresno Street Peddlers. Oh, that was such a twist that Gossip was Vigil. That was such a twist. Kaiden. His, like, face wrinkles looked a bit weird, but his overall character design was pretty good. I mean, he's just the burly guy, right? He was an inoffensive character, design-wise. He was very no, he wasn't similar to Gregson in terms of his attitude towards his duties. He was unique. Oh my lord. He went through so much in that trial. Oh my god, he got absolutely fucked up. Right, I'm gonna have a lot of fun looking through this stuff in general. But that'll be it. What happens if I click credits? Is it? Which scene does it show? Alright. Janet Sue's name will be here. You know, I'll play the credits. That'll be a nice way to end the stream, and I'll continue talking. Janet Sue, the legendary, like, this localization was so good. The fan translation, I was gonna play the fan translation of the first game. I'm really glad I didn't, actually, because such effort was made. Oh my god, the first game even, like, this has been over 100 and whatever hours. And I don't think there was a single case which was... There was no Turnabout Big Top, or Turnabout Samurai, or Turnabout, you know, Corner, or Turnabout Serenade. There was none of that shit. Every case pretty much followed nicely from itself. Like, it didn't mess about too much. Oh my god, the punch scene, that was fucking funny. I'm very interested to see like how I feel about this game. Oh my god, this scene was ridiculous. That just, it is kind of comical that like the ending is Sholmes uses fucking magic to come in and like just absolutely wreck Strongheart single-handedly. That was such a funny ending, I guess. But oh man, there we are. I've beaten the game. The Great Ace Attorney. Alright, that'll be it. Well, let's go ahead and play the